Hello, everyone. I am officially live. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I am actually embroiled in 3 books right now, which is something that I don't ever do because as you all know, I am reading Neverwhere by Neil Gaiman for Kat and I's first book club meeting for the Bookworm Club that's happening this coming Thursday, the 29th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully, you may be interested in joining that with us. We think it's going to be a really great time. I am over halfway through. I dare say I'm darn near close to 2/3 of the way through the book. I think I'm going to make some good progress on this tonight. So, this is an obvious choice for what I'm reading. But you may also remember, if you were here last week, that I started I almost said science fiction, but I don't really want to call it that. We'll just say like horror novel, Cold Storage by David Cope or Coep, however you pronounce it, because it was recommended by Blake Crouch, who is one of my favorite science fiction authors. I started reading it and I'm honestly not thrilled about the story. There have been some moments where I was like, "Oh, that's kind of interesting," which is the only reason that I have not DNF'd this is because I'm trying to figure out where this is going to go. And so what happened was is I had started reading this, close to halfway through. I was about a quarter of the way through and I was like, well, let me start a different book that's currently on my 24 books of 2024 that I also need to read that's a digital book. So I have my Kindle here. And it is The Devil in the Dark Water by Stuart Turton, who is the author of The 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, which is a book that I really enjoyed when I read it. And I was like, well, if I start reading that and it's better than Cold Storage, I'll just DNF Cold Storage and read this exclusively. And then I couldn't decide whether I felt like the beginning of The Devil in the Dark Water was better than Cold Storage. So now I'm just embroiled in 3 novels and I feel like a complete dork because obviously it's going to take longer to work through 3 books than it is to take to work through 2 versus even the amount of time it takes to work through 1. But I've enjoyed the wide variety of genres, I guess you could say, because Neverwhere is obviously an adult fantasy, Cold Storage is a horror novel, and The Devil in the Dark Water is appearing to be a like kind of mystery solving story. Difficult to say. I'm getting kind of like a Sherlock Holmes vibe from it. So, all of them are distinctly different and I really enjoy that. So, all of that is to say, this is a chill time to sit down and grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, whatever it is that you want to do. It's actually a little cool in here tonight. We have been having some beautiful weather where I live, and it's about to get hot again. So I enjoyed my nice, crisp mornings while I still could. It actually kind of felt like fall a little bit the last few days, which was lovely. My drink of choice tonight, as boring as it is water. I did actually contemplate having a glass of wine because Keaton and I had lasagna for dinner. And I was like, oh, but it would be really good to have wine with that. And then I thought about the fact that I'm not really sure I want to begin my, 4 to 5 hours of streaming with wine because wine has a tendency to make me tired. So I'll make a pact with you. If I get towards the end of the stream and I still crave a glass of wine, I will have it towards the end because that would be a nice way to wind down for the evening. But for now, I will be drinking my water. And with that, I'm going to go over and I'm going to see how everybody's doing. I'm going to see who all is here. And first up is Kat. Kat, I'm so happy to see you. I've missed you, my friend. I know that life has been lifing for you lately and you needed to take some time. So I really appreciate you coming and being here. And you said, I just got back from mailing your box of books. Yay! Estimated delivery date is Wednesday, 8 of 28. So Kat was kind enough that she actually emailed me with a list of books that she wasn't interested in anymore and said that she wasn't going to read, but overall enjoyed, and I didn't own any of them. And she is the sweetest and is actually mailing me those books so that she can make some more room at her house to incorporate in like her mom's books that she just inherited. So thank you again for that, Kat. I'm really looking forward to them. And Cherry Cheetah is here saying, "Hi, peeps." And Cherry Cheetah, it's been a hot second, hasn't it? I feel like it has. And I'm trying to remember. It's Lauren, right? Right? Please make sure that I'm right. Call me out on it if I'm wrong. And Kat says, 3 books. Wow, Alex, I'm impressed. Don't be impressed. I'm embroiled in it because of my own hijinks and my inability to DNF things, even though I keep saying I'm going to DNF stuff. And then I don't. Heidi said, yeah, go Kat is here. Oh, I'm so glad Kat is here. Yes, me too. And Melinda is here as well. Hi, Melinda. She says, hello, all. And Kat says, hey, Heidi and Melinda, good seeing y'all. And Heidi says, I just got back from the lake in the mountains, 50 degrees the entire week. We had to put the heat on. Dang! That sounds really nice, though. I honestly would not mind some like crisp 50-degree weather if I was prepared with like a bunch of sweats and some hot beverages. And William is here. Hi, William. William says, greetings. And Lily is here. Hi, Lily. Lily says, hi, I'm reading The Last Time I Lied by Riley Sager. Cool. I have still yet to read a Riley Sager book, but I know that it's he, right? He is very popular. And Denise is here. Hi, Denise. Denise says, hello. I haven't been around for a while. My husband was in the hospital for 33 days. Oh, that is such a long time. I'm so sorry. I'm on page 328 of 438 of Cuddy. Really good so far. I'm really glad you're enjoying your book and also that you could make it here. And you said was in the hospital, so that means that he is home now. I hope that he is settling in well at home and that overall everything is better. And Lily says, I'm currently reading 28 books. Holy crap. No, I definitely couldn't do that, my friend. I would never be able to do that. And Heidi says, it is good to DNF sometimes. I agree. And I did mean it when I said that, like, if The Devil in the Dark Water turned out to just absolutely floor me in the beginning to the point where it just completely overshadowed, Cold Storage, I would have automatically put Cold Storage down, but it didn't happen. And now I had another book I was adding, but I didn't want to DNF that one because it's another one that I've been wanting to read. So we're just going to see what happens tonight. I'm probably going to alternate between chapters of reading different books because that seems to work for me now that I have this many to read. It's kind of just ridiculous. I will say Cold Storage is not a great book. I would venture to say that it's not even really that good of a book, but it's a book and it's it's doing something. That's all I can say. It's doing something enough that I don't hate it. I just don't really like it all that much. And Lauren says, I spent 2 weeks in Spain learning Spanish. Wow, that sounds amazing. I've never been to Spain. He said, now I'm home, rearranging my room after it was painted and mourning our elderly dog who crossed the Rainbow Bridge yesterday. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm happy to hear that your dog got to live a long life and therefore you got as much time to love on them as possible, but that doesn't really make the loss any easier when you feel like you have that empty space in your home and in your heart too. So my condolences to you and wishing you comfort tonight and happiness as much as there can be, and that you will enjoy the company that we can provide you. And Lily says, we have a windstorm brewing. I'm hoping it doesn't mess up my internet. I hope it doesn't for you either. I also hope if you have to worry about shingles, that it does not worry about or doesn't hurt your roof, in any way. And Catherine is here. Hi, Catherine. Catherine says, hi from Norway. Well, hello. That's awesome that you're from Norway. Welcome. And Lily says, Lauren, I'm so sorry about your loss. Heidi says, I am starting Glorious Exploits, a historical fiction in 412 BC, Athenian prisoners putting on a play. Oh, fun! That's cool. And William says, I'm going to get breakfast during the sprint. Just woke up. I'll read during the second sprint. Well, enjoy your breakfast. I made breakfast. Ah, dang it. I was wrong about. I'm sorry, Laura. Forgive me. It literally every time I always second guess myself of whether there's an N on it or not. I have to be better about that. You deserve better than that. I'm so sorry. But William, when you were talking about breakfast, I made French toast today, as well as the best scrambled eggs that I've ever made in my life. And I'm really happy about that. And then had some bacon and a cup of coffee. And I got out my little pumpkin cat mug, which is like this cat figure. It's in the middle of the mug, and the mug is shaped and colored like a pumpkin. And so when you fill in the mug, the cat's kind of like, it looks almost like it's like swimming in your drink. It's really adorable. And it just felt so good because while it is August and it is not fall, and it's really not all that close to October, this is kind of the time when everybody who really enjoys fall starts gearing up for fall weather. And Kat says, I'm attending the BookTube Besties retreat starting at 7 p.m. Central tonight. I'm in the middle of reading Unsheltered by Barbara Kingsolver and The Store by Bentley Little. Nice. Very nice. I hope you enjoy your time tonight. And you said, sounds wonderful, Heidi. Melissa says, Heidi, I hope you love Glorious Exploits. I think we talked about it last week. Yes, I remember you guys talking about that. Lily says, yes, Riley is a he. This is my first time reading his books. Well, hopefully it'll be good. Heidi says, yes, Melinda, I love, love, love it. Have not got too far through during the vacation. And Angel says, hello, everyone. Hello to you too, Angel. I hope that you are doing wonderful this evening. And Catherine says, I am reading The Last Party by A.R. Tour. Okay, cool. We're also getting towards the end of comments here. So if you all want to let me know how long you would like the first sprint to be, we can do 30 or 45 minutes. And Zach says, I'll be finishing my 119th book and only one DNF so far. That's pretty good. And also, that means that one DNF had to be really bad. Kat says, so sorry about the passing of your dog, Laura. Big hug. Yes, absolutely. Zach says, I'm reading The Raver and the Witch Queen. I'm assuming the W is silent, by Genevieve Gornicek, which takes place in Norway in the early 900s. King Eric's blood axe is in it. Oh, that's cool. Kat and Melinda both said 45. Easy. Easy peasy, because that's already what I got up, so that makes it awesome. And Laura said, I've read 2 books by Riley Sager, not impressed by any of them. They weren't bad, but not great either. That's fair. I feel like with Riley Sager, he was the big name when he first came out, and everybody was like, oh, like what he's writing is so interesting and unique and fun. And then the more that he's written, the less I've heard people being engaged with his books. It's almost like they're saying that his initial stuff was the best and now it's kind of just not doing it for them. I'm sure that's not the case for everybody. Like he has some super fans, but I don't know. Heidi says, Zach, what did you DNF? We will avoid it. Yes, do tell. I think I am going to I'm going to dive back in to cold storage because I am in the middle of a chapter right now. Let me look at how far ahead I have to read to get to the next chapter. Okay, not terrible. I definitely should be able to finish this chapter during this sprint, and then we'll probably dive back into Neverwhere, which will be fun, and then maybe some Devil in the Dark Water. So I will go ahead. Oh, before I do that, I got to get you all your question, which is, would you rather watch old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, Looney Tunes, or anime? This dawned on me today because of something that I have been rewatching, and I'll let you all know that after the sprint. So I got 45 minutes up on the clock. Let me know your answer to that question, and I will wish you all happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from that sprint. Let me know how you did. I made it through the rest of the chapter from Cold Storage, and I also made it through a chapter in Neverwhere. So in Neverwhere, I am currently at chapter 14. So very excited. I'm really enjoying that book so far. I think it's going to be such a fun discussion. Let's see if I can get my mouse back on the right screen. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather watch old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, Looney Tunes, or anime? Let's see what you all had to say. Let's see. And Kat said, that's a tough question, Alex. Lily said, Hanna-Barbera cartoons. Okay. Heidi says, Alex, you finished Death's End. Did you like the ending? Heidi, I'm not going to say that I liked or disliked it. And that's not to be like shady or because I don't want to give an answer. It's because I genuinely don't know how I feel about it. I'm still processing the ending. It wasn't what I expected it to be. And I actually spent time today writing out all of my thoughts and feelings, spoilers and non spoiler feelings about Death's End, so that I will be able to film a video about it. So I do plan to provide that to you. And so you can hear about like my thoughts on different parts of the book. I will tell you that overall, I liked it better than The Dark Forest. So Death's End was definitely better. Like it was my second favorite of the trilogy books. So I don't know whether that is like a positive thing for you or whether you were hoping it would be my favorite. But I still personally think that The Three Body Problem is the best one for me. And Laura said, anime 100%. Even though I'm more into reading manga, if I had to watch something, it would be anime. Okay, cool. Heidi said, I was watching Bugs Bunny all week when my husband's home. He puts that on the TV when taking care of our son. It has to be the old ones he's watched. If you plug in Looney Tunes, they pop up. Or Looney Tuesday, they pop up. Is that what you said? That's cool. Awesome. And yeah, I love Looney Tunes. I grew up on those as well. Zach says DNF Gear Breakers by Zoe Hannah Makuta. It's a YA Pacific Rimish book, but it's the kind of YA where it doesn't even try to make sense. Oh, that stinks. Rena is here. Hi, Rena. Rena says, hello, Alex. How is it going? Haven't been on stream for a bit because I tried to degenify my sleep schedule. Oh, to not be a degen. That's funny. That's what Keaton calls it as well, being a degenerate. I'm very happy to see you, and I am doing just fine. Thank you for asking. I'm glad that you were able to make it tonight. Robert says, older cartoons and anime from the same time? Question mark. It doesn't have to be. It could be like just anime in general. We said Top Cat, Magilla Gorilla, Yogi Bear, Mighty Mouse, or Gaian Tour. That's not one I'm familiar with. Tobor. The Eighth Man, Speed Racer, Astro Boy. I'll go with the cartoons. Oh, and Space Ghost. That's cool. Robert says new cartoons are mostly trash except for Bob the Builder. I'm surprised to hear you say that because Bob the Builder is not new. And you said which isn't a cartoon now that I think about it. No, it's not. It's claymation, right? And like an animated claymation. Heidi says, Robert, I just realized the other day that Yogi Bear is Yogi Berra. Mm-hmm. William says, currently reading Red Inferno 1945 by Robert Conroy and hope to finish it by tomorrow. I don't know why I can't talk. Sorry. Also, 4 chapters into The Tommyknockers by Stephen King. That is one of Stephen King's books that I have not read, though I do have a digital copy of it to get to at some point. And Elena, hello, Elena. Elena says, hey, Alex. She said, I will read for the next sprint. Awesome. And Robert says, Barra sued Hanna-Barbera for defamation, but their management claimed the similarity was just coincidence. Wow. Hi, Teresa, Tessa Dean. Good to see you. You said hello. Well, hello to you. I hope you're having a lovely evening or morning, wherever you are. And Jessica's here. Hi, Jessica. Jessica says, hi, friends. Won't be here long, going to an indie book festival at the local ish library today. Probably going to spend some money. That sounds really cool. I hope you have a great time and find some awesome reads. Robert said, hashtag giant spider that lights up. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I follow Robert on Instagram, and he went to like a local Halloween store and found spiders that talk and like the really cool animatronics. And if it weren't for the fact that that stuff is so expensive, like we were talking hundreds of dollars, I would have some of those, but I don't have a place to put them, and I'm not spending that much money on something I don't have a place to put it. Jessica says, also, I would watch Pokemon and Yu Gi Oh! On repeat for the rest of my life. So, anime. There you go. Kat says, sounds fun, Jessica. And Tessa says, I don't care for cartoons, actually. That is okay. Kat says, how are you liking it, William? That's one of King's books I haven't read yet. William says, Looney Tunes it is. Always get a laugh seeing Bugs Bunny kiss Elmer Fudd. Yeah, canonically, he was in love with Elmer Fudd. So I think that's pretty great. And Christina says, hi, Alex. Just going to be lurking today with you on the TV as I'm listening to City of Heavenly Fire with the family while working on a blanket and hubby paints. Well, thank you. I hope that you are having an awesome time. That sounds like a lot of fun. And I'm happy to see you, Christina. You said, remember to hydrate and like the like the hug button. Hug the like button. That's funny. William says, Kat, it's okay so far. The story behind the writing of it is what made me pick it up. I do not know the story behind the writing of it, so you could elaborate if you like. And Kat says, I'm going with Hanna-Barbera because of Scooby-Doo. Thank you, Kat. Yes, that is what inspired my question today, is because I have been watching Scooby-Doo. And I actually just bought a lot. I will say I bought a lot of the movies because I just realized how much I missed them. And I wanted to watch one with Keaton that I grew up watching. And we had a fun, cute little like movie date the other night and just like had some popcorn and watched it. And we had so much fun. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to collect these because I might as well, at least the ones that I really enjoyed. One of the movies I plan to watch for Halloween, because it meant so much to me as a kid, is Scooby Doo and the Ghoul School, which is an older one. It is from the 80s. And I love it so much. It's one of the movies where Shaggy and Scooby and Scrappy go off on their own. Like they got some of their own movies. And like Shaggy wears a red shirt, and that's how you can differentiate between when he's with the like mystery gang and when he's by himself in like the trio with the movie, which I think is fun. The Ghoul School is a classic. Love that so much. But anyway, sorry. You said which is my favorite cartoon still today. I love that. That's great, Kat. I've enjoyed many others by Hanna-Barbera and Looney Tunes. I enjoy anime, but relatively few, or new, excuse me, relatively new to watching it. That's fair. I don't have that many anime that I watch or have watched. Not to say that I don't like them. I just don't go out of my way to watch them anymore. So I would be okay if I didn't see them again, though it would be a bummer because there's some shows that I like. I definitely have to go with Hanna-Barbera because of Scooby-Doo, but I do love the Looney Tunes. I grew up watching the Looney Tunes with my mamaw. But for Hanna-Barbera, you also get Tom and Jerry, and I adore Tom and Jerry, so I got to pick them too. Kat says, that's interesting, William. I'll have to research the story behind it. You've got me curious. Robert says animated shows like Cyberpunk, Edgerunners, Scavenger Reign, and Arcane is just as good as God Eater, Blade Runner, Blackout 2022, and The Perfect Insider. Okay. William says, Kat, it's not a favorite among King fans. No, it is not. It has been criticized for being too long and having too large a cast of characters, but Needful Things in the Stand also did that. So did Under the Dome. So, I mean, Under the Dome at the beginning of the book had an entire list of all of the people in town who, you know, were going to be meaningful to the story, and they weren't even all of the people who were mentioned. So I definitely do not mind a large cast, and I don't mind at all a long Stephen King novel. A lot of people have not enjoyed Under the Dome, and it's one of my favorite King books of all time. So that might mean that I really like the Tommyknockers. I have no idea. But Needful Things and The Stand are also both really great. And Alicia says, "Hey everyone, hi Kat. I choose Hanna-Barbera." Awesome. And also good to see you, Alicia. Robert said, "Alicia, are you reading Neverwhere?" Kat says, "Hey Alicia." Kat says, "William, I've heard it's not a fan favorite. In my opinion, that's not a good criticism. Many of King's books are long and several had a large cast." Yeah, I agree. Said, "I actually love lots of characters if they're well developed and interesting, and I'm used to King's long books. He's an amazing storyteller." Yes, and he's also amazing at building characters. I probably have the very unpopular opinion that his longer works typically to me are better because there is more with the characters. There's more character development, there's more interactions, there's more diving into who these people are. Not to say that his shorter books can't do that, because one of my favorite books, of course, is The Green Mile, and that is not a very long book at all. It's just the right length that it needs to be. But all my other favorites are long. So, I might be a little biased. Actually, the only like novella I've ever read of his, I didn't really care for. And that was Wendy's Button Box. And I didn't feel like we got enough time with her as a character, and I didn't really care about her at all. So, that's also probably an unpopular opinion. But William said, "Kat, I agree, although I've only read 4 other King books prior to this one." That's fair. I've read, gosh, what is it? Like 16 King books, I think. Can't remember. I have my list. I don't remember the actual number though. Zach says, "I'll go for Hanna-Barbera. The Pink Panther has always been my fave." The Pink Panther is great. William says, "Managed 3 pages before the end of sprint." Great job. And Melinda said, "Did a few things around the house and then read my daily chapter of Les Mis." Nice. He said, "I can't remember which is Hanna-Barbera or Looney Tunes, but I prefer either over anime." That's fair. And Laura said, "I finished reading Partners in Crime by Agatha Christie. Now I'm reading a collection of old scary stories, well, scary when they were published, not really for today's standards." Yeah, that's awesome. And Kat would love to hear that because she is a huge Agatha Christie fan. I have read some Agatha Christie. Hercule Poirot is definitely my favorite. I've only read one Miss Marple story, but I didn't really think it was that great. I need to give her another try, only because I don't think that the story that I got was probably the fairest, I don't know, portrayal, because it was the very first Miss Marple story. It was a murder at the vicarage. And I'm sure after her being an established character, it gets better. I just didn't like it all that much. Alicia says, "Robert, I read Neverwhere a couple years ago and really enjoyed it. Yay." And Denise said, "Hanna-Barbera, I think that's Flintstones, Jetsons, and many more that I have fond memories of." Yes, Flintstones and Jetsons are both Hanna-Barbera. And Kat said, "I fed my dogs. Awesome. Worked in my kitchen, put up containers, loaded dishwasher, made tea, and chatted with William in the chat. One reason he only read 3 pages that sprint." That's awesome. You were productive. Denise said, "Read 27 pages on page 355. Nice." Marina says, "Currently I'm reading one book on Buddhism and Tao Te Ching. I am from different sides of the globe, so I know very little about Eastern spirituality, but I'm trying to learn more." That's really awesome. I remember this interesting part of, it was actually like a world geography class. And so you would think that we wouldn't be learning about different religions, but we talked a little bit about Taoism and some of those other beliefs, Confucianism, Buddhism, how they are differentiated. And I feel like I need to learn more about them as well, because it's been a hot minute since I, had any sort of formal teaching. It'd just be nice to get back into that. And Kat says, "Hi," or Christina says, "Hi, Kat." Heidi says, "Alex, there is a book called Meddling Kids. It's an adult fiction book about the Scooby Gang." That's so cute. And William says, "The Tommyknockers was the last book King wrote before he got sober from alcohol and cocaine. He hit rock bottom by then. The book supposedly shows it." I I will be interested to see if that's the case. I think that there's a lot of really interesting things about King during his years of just abusing drugs, especially. And I've talked about this before, about the fact that he wrote Cujo and he doesn't even remember writing Cujo. And he, read it after he was sober, and he's like, "Wow, there's some interesting stuff in here. I can't believe I wrote that." That's a book I have no interest in reading whatsoever, but I can honestly say, even with as much as I've read, I could not necessarily tell you which books he wrote while he was high and drunk and which books he didn't. Some of them probably because, like, the ones that are a little bit on, like, maybe the more far outside, but others I'd be like, I have no idea. Christina says, "Are we hydrating? I will take another drink." I have been. I'm doing all right. Here we go. Big drink. And Lily says, "King is my all-time favorite author. I haven't finished Under the Dome yet, though." If you say you haven't finished it, does that mean that you started it at one point and didn't want to finish it, or have you not started it? He said, "I'll be reading Fairy Tale soon." Yes, I need to read that as well. I don't have a copy of it yet. No. I was like, I'm fairly certain I do not have a copy of that book, but I'm interested in that because it's one of his only fantasy stories and it's not meant to be horror at all. And I know Kat really enjoyed it, and her recommendation is a very high one for King. So I know that I'll probably like it, especially because there's a dog. And Heidi says, "I thought the story behind Tommy Knockers is that King wrote it high on cocaine. I like the Tommy Knockers. It was the best premise ever, but not executed well." Okay. Good to know. Zach says, "The old Scooby Doo meets Batman is shockingly good. Adam West Batman. I think you'll also get Rocky and Bullwinkle with Hanna-Barbera." Yes, I believe that that is true. Yeah, them coming together with Batman is really funny. The old Adams Family cartoon crossovers, the one with the Dune buggy, the talking Dune buggy that sputtered when it talked. They had a lot of just really cool mashups. Scooby Doo meets the Boo Brothers, which is really cute. There's just so much. There's so much. I ordered, like I said, a lot of the movies that meant a lot to me, and I didn't even get all of them. Lily said, "One of my favorites is The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon, although I feel like it's my head. It's my head, the ending, I mean. I'm probably reading that wrong. One of my favorites is The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon, although I feel like it's my head, the ending, I mean." Like, you relate to it, like, in terms of the story, like, it's kind of like what you pictured in your head. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but I have read The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon, and I thought it was a fine story. It was not my favorite, but I did think that it was an interesting concept, and I like baseball too, so, I mean, like, that part of it I thought was pretty cool. And Tessa Dean says, "I am writing. I'm working on my memoir, editing and revising right now, but still have drafting to do." Well, awesome. You are also being very productive tonight. Great job. Zach says, "The last one, Wendy's final task, was the best one for me. 5 stars." I will take your word on that, Zach. Lily says, "I need to work on some of my book projects today. I'm reading books that were published in years that my most loved people were born in the same year. Oh, well, myself included." That's great. He said, "For me, I picked The Dead Zone, published in 1979. I have heard of that, but have not read it." He said, "I named my son a Buddhist name and spelling." That's really cool. Kat said, "Hey, Christina." Maria said, "My boyfriend has a degree in religious philosophy that he constantly regrets, so I can't stop pestering him with questions." Now, does he regret it because he's not using it, or does he regret it because you're pestering him? I know what you meant, though. I just thought that was funny. Kat says, "Lily, I hope you enjoy Fairy Tale. I loved it." Laura said, "Miss Marple is a bit different than Poirot. Poirot solves cases through logic, and Miss Marple focuses on characters of people, but I admit I prefer Poirot books." Yes, me too. I can't get the good at the back of my throat right now. Apparently, my mouth is too dry. Lily says, "Well, I was overdue at the library, LOL, and I felt guilty, so I did buy a copy." So thank you, Kat. I'm super excited. And Kat says, "Cujo is an excellent book in my opinion, but it broke my heart." Yeah, that's why I can't read it, and I refuse to. I'm not doing anything with sad dog story. Kat says, "Radar and Fairy Tale." Yeah, yeah. The only reason I would be okay reading Fairy Tale and knowing there's a dog in it is because I was told that the dog is okay. And that's all I care about. Hopefully that's not a spoiler for anybody else, but I just want to know that the dog is okay. Laura said, good Miss Marple books are Body in the Library and Murder is Announced. Good to know. Good recommendations there, Laura. Thank you. I have actually not heard of either of those, so that's perfect. Lily said, over my head. Oh, the ending was over your head. Okay, I got you. He said, I felt confused and I have read it several times. It's definitely an interesting story. Not my favorite, not even really scary, to be honest with you. The worst part about it is just the idea of like a child having to live alone in the woods and this idea that like something is out in the woods to get her. But I didn't really get a lot from it. And I also don't think that The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon is that memorable of a story unless it is your favorite. But to me, it was kind of one of those that I read and was like, okay, that's another King book checked off. And then, I moved on to the next thing. So there you go. And Tessa Dean says, I do actually love Scooby Doo. Okay, well then we got Hanna Barbera. We got another Hanna Barbera vote just because of Scooby Doo, which rocks. I love it. So we have made it to the end of the comments. You all can let me know whether you would like to do 30 or 45 minutes for the next sprint. That was a great discussion, by the way. That was really fantastic. I'm very happy that my knee is doing okay right now as well, because I accidentally gave myself a 2nd-degree burn on my fire pit outside, and I'm going to have a nice, pretty new scar on my knee, which I'm really glad about, but it weirdly enough has not been bothering me. It's just very bright right now. It's very bright red. And Melinda said 45. Okay, perfect. 45 minutes. I'm very sorry, Abrina. It's Abrina, right? Abrina Crystal. I'm very sorry, but we might be able to do 30 for the next one. I always go by whoever gets the answer in first. So if you can get in first, you will win. And Zach says, I love The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. There's a pop-up book version. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. That probably would be pretty cool. That'd be fun. All right, 45 minutes it is. I also got to give you all your next question. Let's see. Oh, let's see. I got too many good ones I want to do tonight. We'll do this one. Would you rather watch the news for 24 hours straight or the lowest of B-class horror films? So for 24 hours straight, you'd have to watch the news or like really, really bad B-rated horror films. Some of you, I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm curious. And Kat says, I have the pop-up, Zach, which is cool. And Kat said, gotta hop off for a bit going to my mother-in-law's for dinner. Well, I hope you have a lovely time, Kat. Thanks for hanging out. And to everybody else, got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to wish you all happy reading. And hear my dog tip-tapping around out there, so I have to go investigate what he's doing. And Zach said, Kat, woo, by her pop-up book. And Heidi said, Alex, Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hobb has 2 dogs that are integral to the story. I actually almost bought Assassin's Apprentice, but I decided not to because, again, I'm still having such a hard time with the fact I'm in the middle of too many series. But that probably will be one of the next fantasy series I start after, because you already gave them to me, The Wheel of Time. And then Lily said, "Oh, definitely horror films." Sorry, I gotta get us on our timer here because I know people are starting to answer the. There we go. I gotta fix my thing. Are starting to answer the question. So 45 minutes up on the clock. Wishing you all happy reading. I will see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody. Come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it through a chapter of The Devil in the Dark Water. I am now 10% of the way through the story. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather watch the news for 24 hours straight or the lowest of B class horror films? So let's see what you all had to say. Yeah, and before we left, Lily did say definitely horror films. Denise had voted for 45, which is good. Heidi says, I think they may be the same thing, but B movies, of course. I recently recommended The Incredible Shrinking Man. It was really good. That's fun. Yeah, B movies, B class, those fall in the same category. And Kat said, I would rather watch the lowest of B class horror films for 24 hours. I'm not a fan of watching the news. Yeah, the news is such a downer compared to a horror film. Imagine that. Heidi says, so happy to hear Wheel of Time is on your future TBR. It's an experience being immersed in that world for 14 books. Yeah, I really bet it is. Alicia says, be horror all the way. And Tessa Dean says, I have a problem with King's Pet Cemetery. Spelling? No, you're fine. I can't spell at all, so I don't ever mind if somebody misspells something. I have never read Pet Cemetery, and I haven't seen the movies, so obviously I know the premise, but I don't know all of the details. And I do have a copy of the book over there, which I do plan to get to eventually, but it's not like high on my, TBR list. Laura said both news and B class horror films would be equally ridiculous, boring, and bloody. I picked the horror since at least that's not real life. Yeah, that's kind of that's my feeling about it too. And Tessa Dean said horror films. I hate the news. Rena said I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, Rena, who I'm sure is long gone, but hopefully she's sleeping well. And Heidi says good night, Rena. Robert says B class horror films. And Tessa Dean says, I'm currently revising my table of contents, which I am using as an outline. I don't write with outlines, but the memoir is hard to keep track of, so I chose the table of contents to keep me on track. That's a great way of doing that. I really love that idea. Please don't mind that Barker is like insisting on being let out of the room. That's why I kept having to get up. If you saw me like getting up and down, it's because he's just very restless right now, even though he's had 3 WALKs today. He's not hurting for exercise or love, and he's just now he's rooting around in his blankets. We are getting close to the end of the comments as well. This one was a pretty fast round. So if you guys want to let me know how long you'd like the next sprint to be, 30, 45 minutes, let me know. Melinda says, I don't watch television news. I have a whole soapbox rant about that, so I'd go for the horror films. Yeah, I don't even have cable, so it's very easy for me to not watch the news. Really, the only way that I can consume news is by reading it or like some article posting like a snippet of the news. This is pretty easy for me. It would have to be horror films. William says 7 pages and some other distractions. There you go. Zach says, I finished The Weaver and the Oh, there we go. There's where the spelling was. Okay, good. Because last time it said Reaver. So The Weaver and the Witch Queen by Genevieve Kornicek, my second 5-star from the author this year, along with The Witch's. Is it The Witch's Heart? Well, that's really cool, Zach. I'm happy for you. It's always nice when you can get 2 5-stars from the same author. And he said B movies, I definitely include Lair of the White Worm. Cool. And you said Pet Cemetery is misspelled on purpose because in the book children wrote the sign. As far as I know, that's the correct misspelling of cemetery. Oh. Oh, I understand now. I understand now what Tessa was saying about I had a problem with Stephen King's Pet Cemetery spelling. Got it. Okay. I'm with you now. Thank you for that context. And Melinda said 45. All right. Another 45. I can do that. And that means I also got to give you all your next question. Let's see. Would you rather always get the wrong coffee order or never get coffee at all? I know for many people that would be quite sad. So let me get There we go. Got the clock reset here. Get us back into another sprint. I know that was a shorter discussion, but no worries. And oh God, what am I going to read? Technically, I guess I'm up again for more cold storage. So I'm going to go back into that. So we'll see how that goes. Happy reading, everyone. See you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read a chapter of Cold Storage and then read a chapter of Neverwhere, and I'm back reading Cold Storage right now. And I actually almost got to the very end of another chapter of that. So, pretty productive sprint there. Before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather always get the wrong coffee order or never get coffee at all? Let's see what you had to say. Angel says, I'll take the wrong coffee order. Never know, it might turn out good. Can't function without coffee. Okay. And Alicia says, I'll take the wrong coffee over no coffee at all. I usually make it at home anyway, so I guess I'm messing up my own order. There you go. Laura said the only effect coffee has on me is that it can sometimes soothe my headache and then I can easily fall asleep. So I'd rather have no coffee than having a wrong order. That might have something to do with the caffeine, Laura. You might want to get like caffeine pills or something that might help. I'm not sure. And Tessa Dean said, thanks, Zach. And I don't drink coffee, so never at all. Okay. And Kat says, this question is tricky since I'm trying to quit coffee. My present self says, get the wrong coffee. My future self says, never get coffee at all. I love that. That's funny. Robert says, I would drink hazelnut and French vanilla over no coffee at all. I am going to tell you right now that if somebody was like, Alex, you have a choice between only ever drinking hazelnut coffee and never drinking coffee at all, I'm never drinking coffee at all. I hate hazelnut coffee with a passion. French vanilla can be nice though. And for me personally, I mainly drink a lot of tea. I don't drink coffee all that often, but I did have a little bit today when I made my breakfast because I find that coffee goes really good with like, breakfast where you have sweet stuff. Like I made, like I said, I made French toast and I just preferred to have the coffee instead of the tea today. Would it probably be that big of a deal for me if I could never have coffee again? No. But I think the fact that I'm not allowed to have it would make me want it even more. So the only rational answer I have is get the wrong coffee order. And William says 9 pages, much better. Finished 2 chapters over the sprints. Nice. Melinda said I could easily give up coffee if I could still have tea. There you go. And Denise says, missed the last chat. I was helping my husband. I read 20 more pages on page 375. You're doing a great job. And you said it depends on what the wrong order is, but probably wrong. Yeah, like the cruel thing that would happen to me is it would always be some flavor that I absolutely hated. Like I can drink peppermint tea, though it's not my favorite. I absolutely would despise peppermint coffee. I don't even like peppermint hot chocolate. I'm one of those weird people that around the holidays, people do like the peppermint schnapps in hot chocolate. Might be the only person here who hates that. Or it would be, like I said, hazelnut, which would then possibly make it to where if I only ever got those, that I would never drink coffee again anyway. So there you go. And Zach says, I watched and answered questions in the comments for a video I was tagged in on the channel Novel Insights. Also, I hate hazelnut too. At least I'm not the only hazelnut hater. Makes me feel good because it seems like everybody freaking loves hazelnut. Like, I will actually, if you gave me like one of those Ferrero Rocher chocolates, like the fancy ones that I like never eat unless they're a gift, that have the hazelnut in the middle and they're covered in chocolate. Those are actually pretty tasty. I also enjoy, I used to eat a lot of, oh my God, what's it called? It's blanking in my mind. The spread, that like was taking the world by storm. Nutella. There we go. When I was a kid, when Nutella first became like a big thing, I loved it and I ate a lot of it. I don't eat it anymore. But like when it's deeply mixed into chocolate, hazelnut is not bad. But the hazelnut coffee that I've had, it's terrible. I just absolutely hate how much hazelnut it is. Laura says, I think it's the caffeine that has no effect on me. I can fall asleep after energy drinks too. That's so interesting then that coffee would alleviate your headache. I wonder what it is about that. The diuretic properties? I'm not really sure. I'm glad it works for you. And William said, when you ask doctors if coffee is good or bad for you, they always give a very nuanced answer. I choose to ignore people who say it's bad for you. Coffee is shown, at least in certain cases, if you drink it in, moderate quantities and you drink it just straight, the black coffee, that it can be very good for your heart. I think that where it can be bad is like all the sugars that people add to it. And if you drink such a level of caffeine that your body can't function without it, and then you do have problems because you're like, I have to have my coffee because it's an addiction. That's where I think things get kind of hairy. I am not addicted to caffeine. I don't have that problem. Like, I don't get headaches if I don't drink one of, like tea or coffee. I drink them out of pleasure alone, but I'm also very sensitive to caffeine. I could never be addicted to caffeine because I'm so sensitive to it, and it makes me like wired and stressed out. So, and Denise said, I drink my coffee black. I rarely enjoy a white chocolate mocha, but don't consider it coffee. That's fair. White chocolate also isn't chocolate, so I like that though, that you said that you drink it straight. I have a hard time with that because I find so many coffees to be acidic. Like, some are better than others if I had to just drink it black. But I couldn't do that for like a lot of the stuff, especially like Starbucks coffee. Starbucks has the most acidic coffee I've ever tried, and I that's why I don't drink their coffee. It's And Laura said, by the way, hazelnuts are my least favorite. Nutella and other similar spreads are the only acceptable way to consume them. Yes, I swear it's the chocolate. It's just like drown anything in, delicious milk chocolate or dark chocolate, and I probably would eat it. I'm not a white chocolate person though. Then I will eat like, almond bark, and how you melt it down and you dip like cake pops in it. I will eat that, but only that, and only in very small quantities. Okay. That is the end of this last round of answers. So please let me know. Well, actually, let me look at the timer here. So we are at over 3 hours now. So if we did a 45 and a 30, which is usually how I end the night. So a 45 would put us, after a little conversation, probably right around 4 hours, and then another half hour on top of that. So we'll be ending right around, the 4.5 hour mark. I think that would be a good place to end the evening. Nice, easy place. So we're going to do one 30 and 1 45-minute sprint. You can let me know which one you would prefer to do first versus last. Let me know in the comments. Zach says, I have a caffeine addiction. P.S. I'll be leaving in 20-ish minutes. Okay, well, thank you for letting me know, Zach. And I appreciate that because you'll end up going during the next sprint. So I hope you have a wonderful evening. And thank you for coming to yet another live show. It's been fun. Denise said 45. So this next one will be 45 minutes. Sounds good. And I will give you all the last of like the different questions. And of course, I'll ask you the question I always ask at the end of sprints. Well, let me see here. Would you rather always have to start off with a 15-week hold for all books you want to read at the library, or only be able to use the library for 10 books a year, including audiobooks and ebooks? I know that's a long question, but it's scrolling across the bottom there. So I thought that one was a fun one. And that was another thing I thought of today, just randomly. William says, as a child, I always wondered why my mother insisted my coffee be mild. I never got the answer why dad's coffee is stronger. That's so funny. I wasn't allowed to have coffee for a really long time. And then when I first tried it, I only could drink it if it was completely loaded with sugar. That was definitely a situation where my taste buds have changed over time. Like when I first was allowed to drink alcohol, because I actually didn't drink until I turned 21. I hated beer, and now I can, drink certain beers just by themselves. So just like one of those weird taste things. I don't know, but I do think that that's very funny, William. All right, I got 45 minutes up on the clock, everybody. Second to last sprint. Enjoy your time, and I got to dive back in here. See y'all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. So I am on page 306 of Neverwhere. I'm on page 163 of Cold Storage, and I am, I believe, 12%. Oh, 13%, page 55 of the way through A Devil in the Dark Water. So I've made a lot of progress tonight between, the three books. And before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather always have to start off with a 15-week hold for all books you want to read at the library, or only be able to use the library for 10 books a year, including audiobooks and ebooks? Let's see what you all have to say. Kat said, and Kat's back. Hi, Kat. Kat said 15-week hold. And Alicia, she said 15-year hold. I think she meant 15 weeks. Okay. Alicia said week. Yeah. Okay. Robert says stressed out Alex. I'd pay to see that. Do I not come across as stressed? That's good. I want to always be calm and nice and cheerful here. Zach says 15 weeks. I buy what I don't want to wait for anyways. I'm up to almost 80 books from the library this year. There you go. Tessa Dean says, I am still revising, editing my memoir. I am adding more words while I am at it. Very nice. You've been working really hard on that tonight. Laura says 10 books is okay. I need to finish reading the ones I own after all. Oh, and good night to you, Laura. I'm glad that you came by again. Thank you. And Melinda says, off to make dinner. Thanks for the sprints. So I hope she has a lovely evening as well and enjoys her dinner. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, friends. And to you as well. And Robert says, after a 4-month wait, a weekly pickup is a thing. I get at least 30 books from the library a year. So I'd have to buy the rest. Clunkers aren't a problem with library reads. That is fair. And Williams is only 5 pages, still 25 pages in total. Not bad. Very, very nice. Yeah, I think my answer to this would be a 15-week hold, just because you could technically, in this scenario, reserve as many books as you wanted in that time, right? So, like, if you have to always wait 15 weeks, but you can ask for 5 books at a time or 10 books at a time or however many you want. If you are always on a cycle of 15 weeks, like the initial 15 weeks is what's hard, but after that you could get technically, right after you get into a rhythm, like books pretty frequently. It would just take a little while. So I think I would definitely pick that and just try to get things well in advance. I'm usually behind the times on popular books anyway. I very rarely ever read books the year that they come out. When everybody else is talking about them, I like to read them ages after. So it's like, what's that time to me? And Teresa's here and says, hello, everyone. I know you're almost done, but wanted to say hi and tell you all to have a great weekend. You too, Teresa. Thank you. I hope that you are having a wonderful evening. Denise says, 15-week hold. I just recently started using the library. I usually buy my books. I'm glad that you've started using the library because it's great. You said, read another 20 pages on 395 of 438. Will finish tonight. Yay! That's great. Angel says, page 206 of Neverwhere. Awesome! Woohoo! I'm really excited for Thursday. It's going to be a fun time. And, Angel says, I didn't get to read this week. Oh, that's a bummer. I've been in that position before where, like, it just seems that things are always coming up and I'm always busy or always tired. So I'm glad that you're getting some time in tonight. That's awesome. Sometimes we have to have designated times to be able to read. At least I know I do sometimes. I have to set aside specific time. And now I get to ask you all my question that I ask for the last sprint of every sprint. And that is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I always enjoy asking this question at the end of the night for those of you who haven't been here before, because I want people to always have something positive that they can take away from their week, even if it was a really rough week, that there was something good about it, even if it's a small thing. So let me know what that thing was for you. And guess what, William? We will be doing 30 minutes for our last sprint. So that is not a problem. I gotta go and change my, I can find my mouse. There we go. Change my timer really quick. All right, got that updated. Be sure to answer that question because I always love to hear what you all have to say about your happy thing from the week. Wish you all a happy last sprint. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the last sprint of the night. How did you do this evening? I'm very happy with where I've ended up. I read some more of Neverwhere, and I am now at chapter 16. So, pretty far in. Don't have a whole lot else left. So I'll definitely finish well before we're having our live show. And then I read some more of The Devil in the Dark Water and made it to page 60 of that. So, really good night. And of course, I asked you all the question, what is something that you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? Let's see what you had to say. Angel said the last few days before you go on vacation are some of the hardest to get through. LOL. I'm proud I made it to the end of, I think you were saying the end of the week. I'm very happy for you as well. And that makes a lot of sense why you didn't get to read this week if you've been planning on going on vacation. And I understand what that is like, because you're just like so eager to leave. But you have all this crap that you got to take care of and your brain's already on vacation. And I understand that. I went through that too before my recent trip. And I wish you the best for your trip. I hope that it's going to be a lot of fun. And Robert says, Fridays, my daughter and I go to the cafe near us, but she isn't feeling well, so I got her usual cold jarred mocha with a shot of pumpkin spice. Aw. I think that's really great that you meet with your daughter every week. That is so cool. I love that. And Tessa Dean said, edited quite a few chapters, added a few words here and there. He said, I'm living in an assisted living facility, so no more libraries for me, unfortunately. I'm sorry to hear that. And you also said that I have consistently worked on my memoir every day, even if it was just a little of time. That is really fantastic. You work so hard tonight. I hope you feel very proud of yourself. I'm proud of you for that. And Teresa says, I'm proud that I canned 7 quarts of tomatoes today. Oh my gosh, that is a lot of tomatoes. That's so cool. That'll last you a long time. Unless I guess you eat like a quart of tomatoes a day and then it'll last you like a week. Denise said, I'm most proud of being here for my husband. He's been through a lot. He starts outpatient treatment next week. You have been through a lot with your husband, and I really hope that he's doing well and that he's okay. Obviously, I don't know what's wrong, and you don't need to tell me, but a month of being away from home in a hospital is horrible for anybody. And the fact that you've been there by his side and taking care of him and making sure that he's comfortable and everything is just such a great thing. And he's very lucky to have you. And William says 6 pages, 31 pages total. Great job, William. On the grind tonight. And Denise said only read 8 pages on 403, 36 pages to go. Well, I do believe that you will finish it tonight. So I think that that's really awesome. My thing that I am proud of from this past week, I made a mistake at work, which doesn't sound like something to be proud of, but I handled it really well, I think as best that I could, which is always an accomplishment because I tend to beat myself up about things when I don't do things perfectly. And I looked on the bright side of the situation. And then I had some feedback, or rather a request for feedback that went out to our employees about me because I do a lot of work in the office and pretty much everybody knows who I am. So my boss wanted people to do a survey for me to see how I'm doing in my job. And I received back the highest response rate of anybody at any location because we did this for other people who do my job as well. We sent it to 2 other locations. And I got the highest percentage of people who were like, hey, we want to talk about Alex and say how she's doing. And it was like overwhelmingly positive feedback, which was really great. And it made me feel good about myself. My average rating out of 5 stars was 4.97. And that's only because I got a few 4 stars in there. And I told my boss that, some people just have a really hard time that saying anything is 5 stars unless you're just the most absolute wow experience on the planet. And that doesn't hurt my feelings because I recognize that, 4 and a 5 star mean different things to different people. So that made me really happy that, like, even though I make mistakes and I'm human, that the overall feeling about me is positive in my life. So that's great. And I love hanging out with you all. And it was another really awesome sprint evening. I got a lot done. I'm a little tired, but overall, feeling really good. And hopefully, you're feeling good too. And I just realized that I might be able to have a glass of wine now, which is great. I haven't decided whether I want it or not, but I do have some brie in the fridge. And if I can have cheese with my wine, that might be all that I need to really wind down for this evening. So, regardless of what time it is of day for you and what you have going on, whether you're going to go to bed or you're kind of like starting your day, I hope that the weekend is very kind to you. And thank you very much for hanging out with me yet again. And Denise said, "Great job, Alex. Thanks for the sprints." Thank you very much. And good night to you all. And I do want to tell you really quick before we go that because I am doing my live show with Kat next week, that I will not be doing a reading sprints on Friday, just because our live show is pretty late. It's at 8 p.m. on Thursday. And I feel like that's going to be a really good and probably a little long of a conversation, which is what we hope for. But I won't be able to do sprints on Friday. So just know that there's going to be a little bit of a trade-off, but I hope nobody minds. And Robert said, "Alex, great job as always. Thank you. Enjoy the day, everyone." You too, Robert. Thank you so much. And bye, everybody. Hope to see you Thursday.